Yo, 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 what's good? How are you guys? V. Connor, welcome. Gonna do some miscellaneous cleanup stuff that I need for Zergo 1 as far as tileset goes, and that Balethal needs for his Polar Fortress map. Well, I don't think even if you did do it, I'm pretty sure the original message would be immortalized. Unfortunately. I was taking a quick look at it earlier, and looks like you changed Temple for Crash Battlecruiser or something. I don't know if there was a particular reason for that. Added some minerals to the north and south bases, but I haven't given it a really long look. After I woke up, I mostly spent time looking over some programming learning materials on YouTube. Mostly it was stuff that you linked in Newbor and I had pinned a while ago. This was probably like a year ago or something. So I was messing around with that. Just watching all those, trying to build a knowledge base of how, basically like how programming works, if that makes any sense. I don't really have the fundamentals down in that sense as far as like knowing why something works. It's very much like, oh, I know that this works, so I'll do that. So it's very inflexible knowledge that I can't apply to a lot of different use cases. So I'm trying to get a more comprehensive understanding so that I can say, no matter what language I'm working with, I have some idea once I learn the syntax of that language and the semantics of that language, like what I actually can do from there. So I watched the 7-part series from that Brian Will guy, I think his name is. And then I started on the 2.5-hour crash course from somebody else. And I also looked at a Gary Explains video for Rust specifically. That was the first thing I did. And then I did the Brian Will and then the other one. Hold on. I think I can grab it from... I can tell you which one. It's the Derek Banus course. Crash course. That guy. That man makes some typos. If you want to talk about typos, holy moly. What am I doing here? So I want to say I should be able to grab the mud edge here. And then yeah, it looks like I decided to omit the bottom half, or bottom section, because it wasn't really that necessary. So just do that. And then we'll say... I'm guessing our jungle is probably the depth that I'm going to be looking at for grass as well, because they're both pretty bright. So we'll call this depth bright, depth mid, depth dark. We'll group these into the jungle file set, or jungle folder. Group this into Badlands. And we will go and grab grass. I need a grass main. I don't know if I have an organized grass center. I feel like I do because I used it for the crevices at some point. But it may not be very robust. I think it might just be like 2 tiles long or something, yeah. So why don't we delete that for now? We'll go make a new one. I really feel like I made a canvas grass. But I guess not. I must have only did one set or whatever. Alright, so we'll go ahead and pick this. forget what our other canvases look like. I think most of them were made recently in the ice tile set, maybe? Oh no, some of these are different heights, I think. I like the dirt one. Been experimenting with making crash battlecruisers and temple hostile. Yeah, I think it's just going to result in their early attacks going towards those buildings. So it's not really that useful, unfortunately. But yeah, you can read... Well, you can read crash battlecruiser deaths, but then you can't have the... you can't manually set the crashed battlecruiser deaths if you wanted to test a specific personality on a specific map. So you are removing a feature there if you wanted to do something like that. Oh, maybe not. Maybe, I guess, if you're setting that death... Well, no, because you're setting that death in the trigger, and that trigger runs regardless of whether or not it's an AI. So what I should do on the script side is set a different Boolean death that would... basically say, like, is AI. And that's something that only happens in the script. So we can pick, like, a Kadarin crystal formation or something. And I can set that death in the AI itself. So we can do something like... for the current player as well. So we'll set 13 death... let's see. 13 set. I think it's Kadarin formation. Like, just make sure about that. That's in here. Oh, I think maybe I use the Kadarin information for something else. So, what is the Hydra information normally? Did I use it for something? Ah, I did. I use Kadarin form for the Savant. Oh, Kadarin form is for Devour Egg. Okay. So we'll do Kadarin Crystal, which is 219. Which is the power-up. Kadarin Crystal. So I'll set this death in all of the AI at the beginning of their initialization. And you can use this to detect that sort of thing. Hey, nice UI. Okay, so we'll pop into here and just write in AI, we'll say add death. Okay. Well, I was going to update it all at once when I had all the tileset changes in, but since you're working with that stuff now, I can well, I can send you the files specifically, the updated AI files, if you want to throw it in yourself. I sent you those. So yeah, what is the size of the... Oh, it is possible to download a single file? Well, doesn't it require that you have the thing cloned, or what? $192. Oh, wow. Hold on, let me test that out myself. Wow, that button was there the whole time? Oh, in that case. That's pretty cool. Good find. Dog, 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 dog. Dog. Oh, can't do that one. I am not doing that. I do actually have real frogs in my tile set, though, so... I sort of already did do that. How are you, Mutas Dozen? Hanging in there? Having a good time? Alright, we'll take it. Next. Oh, dude. Okay. Now the only question is, does it make sense to do... I mean, that's a pretty fucking stark depth there. I almost think that one doesn't need any depth. It looks pretty good by itself. So we'll do that. I don't see how you could say that. I don't think it would... It does not match the rest of the tiles in the game with the amount of depth that it was given. I mean, maybe I could reduce the opacity on it, but... I'll tell you what. I'll take this version, and we'll compare these. Say... Edge grass 1. We'll say right. I'll lower the opacity by half. Do the same process. Despite Photoshop's insistence on lagging for no fucking reason. 2. And let's take a look. Oh, hold on. Okay, I will admit that with 50% opacity, the shading does add a little bit. That's true. But with the 100% opacity, it was definitely too strong. So we'll take that. And that does mean that I then have to... take this at 50. There we go. And we'll save this as mud edge. Okay. Yeah, so far so good. Was brushing up on some programming earlier, not on stream. And I rewrote a function that I started on stream yesterday. Well, not rewrote, but updated it. I am happy I don't have to go to work today, though. That's definitely epic. I too remember 4chan. And I guess for completionist's sake, I should definitely add another set that will... work for the high level. All right, we got our muddy grassy mud. That should be it for that. And then up next, I need to go into the ice tile set. Find my outpost. Oh, maybe it's in ramp. Wow, what a fucking mess. Okay, we're gonna do canvas outpost. Oh, wait. Wrong palette. I think this is way... Oh, it's just barely the right width for that. Okay. In theory, that should be fine. I may not have saved the, May not have saved this. Oh, it looks like I did, though. I saved it after putting in the outpost, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, and renaming it. Okay, so everything's good there. So we'll copy this path, grab the ice tile set. What the fuck? Uh-oh. We made an oopsie, guys. I think this is the rescaled to the wrong size or something. I don't know how I managed to miss that one. What? What the fuck? Oh, I know what I did. I made a big oopsie. It actually is not supposed to be in the same image. And I rescaled it thinking it was. So... now I gotta ask the F for the VST. I think I can launch Discuck and destroy my PC some more. Oh, I actually wrote Discuck in my search bar. So ugly. This is a while ago, though. Okay, so I'm seeing installation ramps. Oh, outpost ramp. Oh, I see. I had to unfuck his PSD. That kind of sucks, but whatever. Definitely don't need the bottom stuff. That was probably just done for reference or whatever. Oh shit, it's purple. Why is it purple? You can make arbiters without tribunal. That seems like a real bizarre bug. Let me take a look. Oh. That's why. Fixed that. Thanks for letting me know. Let me just make sure that carriers are good. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was a typo. What do we have here? Oh, wait. That's not it. Okay. So now we've got our setup again. And now we just need to... throw in the canvases, wherever those are. So we'll say dirt, high snow, all these. The fuck? I think these got rescaled or something. I don't really know if that's feasible. Maybe it was just an issue with dirt, though. Sometimes even this work can be annoying and tiring. But it's okay. This is a much cleaner document than what I had before, where I was rushing to meet a full toilet deadline or something. Whatever was going through my head back then. Yeah. So, for whatever reason, it was really fucked up before. I have no idea why. Alright, first of all, we'll do save this as outpost north ramp. Then we will not do that mistake again. So here we need to just set it to 400% instead of that number. And then we set it to 25%. Then we grab this, make a 512 by 20. Let me re-index it with the same thing. Save this as outpost north ramp. Oh, outpost north ramp. Outpost. And let me save this to make sure we're good and haven't fucked everything up again horribly. And then go back into the ice tile set, do it all over again. This time, hopefully not resulting in something horrible. Alright, so we go into this. Hey! We found a bug. At some point, I really should make some time to go into all of the tile sets with the new tools that we have at our disposal, courtesy of Veek, and fix up all of those issues that undoubtedly lurk, waiting for me to resolve them. It'll even be almost fun to do now. Compared to what it was before. It is so unfathomably faster to paint tiles now, so... I mean, that took nothing. No time at all. So this is medium. Right. Oh wait, I can actually do that. Oh no, I can't. Not for this. It's not going to work out the same way. So we'll just set the whole thing to medium as our baseline, and then paint the middle ground here. So I want to say... Now that's epic. Alright, I think we did it. I'm still in shock at how fast that was. Just want to make sure. I think we missed one there. Yeah. Alright, just got to make these unbuildable now. Being able to preview unbuildable flags as well would be pretty useful, I think. But Not that big of a deal right now. So I only added it for one height level. Does the Radman port also need to be 6112? I don't think so. What's up, Malanga? Have I ever played Settlers 3 or 4 or 1 or 2? No, never. Never tried it. I haven't experienced any issues with using the default port, but you could change it to 6112 if you already have that port forwarded, and it'll guarantee that you don't have any issues. But I don't even think you really need to forward the port for Radman for it to work. I haven't seen significant problems with people making it work in other capacities. Installing the server will improve performance across the network, as far as I understand. This is still super new to me. It was recommended to me by Luciferius, who basically just did some web searching and found it. But UED Commander has used it before, and he said that installing the server on everybody's PCs who was playing, everybody who was involved in the game, improved their network compatibility or whatever. So reduced the frequency of any drops or anything. I'm not really sure what that really looks like at the end of the day. I don't even know if they were able to, like, hold on, let me, yeah, it's cute. Because they were having issues at some point, but hey, what's up, Balathon? Yeah, that's 7 o'clock almost over there, right? How's it feel to be one of the early risers? Yeah, it seems like it's way more usable for actual remote services. So maybe the UD Commander thing was anecdotal. I had it installed because I didn't really know what I was doing. And I was like, all right, sure, let's see what this looks like. So, yeah, at the end of the day, who knows what's going to happen with that. Well, you'll be happy to know, Velothal, despite your fatigue and your lack of sleep, that we are sitting here looking at an outpost-on-outpost north-facing ramp for you. I'm just going to add it for the second tile height. Give me a sec. See what happened here. I'll even update the pathfinding a little bit there. Looks like I forgot that one. Yeah, we should allow like builds to be set that way too. But I don't know. That seems like a feature that will take some time to implement. Still can't scroll around if I have a selection box, a drop-down menu thing. Still busted. Okay. I'm sure there's probably going to be some small discrepancies there that I can preview better in the editor, but that's taken care of. Right, yeah. Well, that's fine. 6 players are still a good amount. And it can be a nice way for you to explore concepts that maybe you wouldn't otherwise be able to for your campaign's story reasons or whatever. So all races are set, or all players are set to user select. Let me find Z01. Yeah, it could be really fun. Pretty sure that's the wrong sprite for that tree, but that's okay. Oh, I did not add the scripts into the EXE. So, what the fuck was I about to do after? So here I have... This is great that they're trying to figure... They're trying to run this up without the update. I guarantee you one of them has an updated EXE. I'm pretty sure Veek has an updated EXE unless he decided to undo his change. It's pretty hilarious. Love that. Sowing some chaos here. Chaos managed. There you go. Good job, Veek. Have you tested Reaver Shuttle Micro AI? I have not. If you have, do you have some examples in your full toilet AI? So I'll take a look at those, I guess, because I would like to implement that, but I'm not quite sure where to go with those. So let me take a look. See. Veek, by the way. Q Reaver Micro. Or G Reaver Micro. Unfortunately, we do not yet have support for replacing the unused players with observers. That would be something that I would love to add, because if we can, that's something that Remastered has, a feature that Remastered has that I think should definitely be ported. I don't know how soon it would be put together, though. It is planned, but we haven't really taken a huge number of steps towards that feature just yet. I just wrote in the Hydra channel telling him what it is. He just has to reinstall it. I suppose I should add troubleshooting steps for that sort of thing. Okay, so I added the notes there. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't work. Reinstall it. He's having smoke. Yeah, I'll have time to look at the both Baelithal's map and your map, Veek. I'm going to do Baelithal's map first because I actually haven't looked at his on stream yet, and he's had it for a while. And then I'll pop yours in next. Perfect timing. I have to use the bathroom. All right, I have returned. Okay. So, Mr. Baelithal, I'll be tackling your map first if you're interested in my take on it. Of course, I'll be mostly dealing with an editor look. So first thing I will say is that you definitely improved the visual variety. Moguls will probably get a little tiresome, but like in terms of the fact that there's so many of them all over the place. I don't know if you made them symmetrical either. I assume you probably did. Not that it would really catch anybody's eye. But the... you know, you could probably do something a little bit different with the initial construction, but as like a placeholder set of decor to break up the straight up snow, I think it works okay. Obviously, you also want to spend a little bit of time like making sure that your cliffs are properly set up so that there's no like repeating tiles that are right there, over here. I assume all this stuff is like, you know, that's all end stage shit where you're really like you're satisfied with the layout. You don't mind redoing any of that very, very particular, time-consuming individual work if it, you know, because you expect that any changes to the layout at this point will be like small or minor. Snow doesn't have... Oh, I made a lot of them more either in completely pathable and buildable, or buildable and partially pathable, or something like that. So there are more of them. Like this doodad used to be unbuildable, I think, and also unpathable, but you can do both to that now. So stuff like that I did smooth out as time goes on. All right, so obviously you won't have to worry about this blend anymore, although you might have to move that doodad. First set is for medium to high. Second set is high. Just high. High. So let's see if we can do this. It looks like we can. I don't know if it would be more centered there. It looks like it's slightly more centered that way. So yeah, we'd probably do it that way. And this one, on the other hand, I think we are missing some detail. Oh, we also moved it a little too. Wait. No, it looks like it's correct. So this... Yeah, this is supposed to be one tile over, it looks like. Well, no, it shouldn't be one tile over. Wait, what? What? What happened here? Hold on. Alright, so those are the right height levels. So why would it not? Oh. What? Oh, there's all sorts of weird artifacts over here. Yeah, I don't know what happened over here. It looks like there's just a couple of spots around this ramp area that got pranked. Okay, I think that's right, but I'm also not sure because it looks like if you wanted that to be completely symmetrical, you would have to move the stuff over there a little bit. That's just probably a casualty of Starcraft's setup here. Being a little dumb. Okay, so yeah, those ramps are in now. Yeah, the snow water is very, like, you can use basic dirt water, but I don't think I imported a second set of snow water for medium or higher grounds, so I don't even think you could use it on the higher situations. But All right, anyway. Now that I've patched those in, I just wanted to make sure that they, for one, that they even worked properly, but I guess I can also preview their pathfinding. Looks like I was slightly more lax with the pathfinding over here than maybe I ought to have been, but seems okay. Oh. Did you by any chance mess around with the... Were you doing something like moving the cliff up and down or something? It looks like maybe that was the source of the weird subtile issues that we were having earlier. Anyway, it's not that big of a deal. And you did use the higher outpost for this, I think. I saw that the height was... Yeah, nice. Okay, cool. I deleted that album from the playlist, so you're gonna keep missing it, my man. Okay, so that's in. So the one thing that I think is kind of an issue, I'm not sure if it's worth fixing. I think it might be worth integrating this into the middle of the map, though. Is like either you decide that you want to seal off the side walkways so you can't path between, like, in this area, so that you can't path around the ramps, basically. Or you try to open it up so it's more of a path, because right now it's like in that weird middle ground where I'm not sure if it's a limitation of the current tile set that's there. Like, should it be so that there was no pathfinding, in which case you'd want to find some way to, like, block the pathing entirely with some doodads. Although I'm not really sure if there's even any tiles that would work that way. But, you know, something like that, I could imagine maybe that's what's going on there. We could probably do something like this. Well, actually, I don't know if that would even do it, but... I'm pretty sure you'd still be able to pass through that. Yeah. But anyway, I'm sure you could figure out some really ugly blend until I implemented whatever the actual tiles needed to be. Or you, on the other hand, you could decide to embrace the fact that there's a little bit of a path there by opening it up more. So you'd like delete these doodads and just path like this. And then you'd have the ramps like moved over a little bit or just the same exact area. But you'd basically extend this cliff out a little bit. Honestly, you could, if you did that across all 4 axes, you could even have 4 bases there and then maybe shrink the middle so that it's more of like this platform. You wouldn't have to shrink it by much, but shrink it so that like there's this platform that leads you to all of those bases. And if you hold control of like the upper part of that map, of this like area, rather than this being the only base here, you actually are holding dominion over 4 bases that are in the center. I guess that would maybe undervalue the presence of these bases over here, though. It's sort of like basically more like a compartmentalized version of what you already have going, where if you hold control of the center, you still have space that you could be harvesting from these bases, even if you didn't have control over the center. Whereas, I guess with my suggestion, it's a little bit more binary. If you have control over the center, then you can mine from all 4 of those areas. Anyway, it doesn't even have to be converted into resources necessarily, but just opening up the pathway or deciding to close it more aggressively would be one way to do it in that sense. I'm also thinking that the little outpost stuff that you have over here, to me, this looks like something that would be the perfect opportunity for like an expansion with this as an overlook that you could either grab control of. You could even make it like a riskier one where you have like limited build space, and then you roll in here, and like there's reverse ramps in this one, and then like south-facing ramps on this one. So the idea is whoever comes up here through transport or through these ramps has an immediate access point to an overlook that can be used to harass workers or something. You could do something like that if you wanted to. So yeah, I don't know. Well, I don't know. Maybe it was intentional that it was a really small path over here. But I'm just saying that would be one thing that you could do to make it better. To make it like more incorporated. So either it's a small path, but it's slightly bigger so that slightly more units can make it through, or you try to seal it off with a ugly blend until I get proper tiles for that particular purpose. But for the thing over here, I think this could be a reasonable overlook, so that you have you can take or leave the concept of making it so that players are rewarded for aggressing in that area, right? But this can be a nice like double gas base or something. I guess you have a double gas base right here, but this could be a nice like maybe one gas but heavy mineral presence base where the minerals are all stacked up here and the gas is safe, but the minerals are up against the overlook. Something like that could be really useful, I think. Another thing I was kind of thinking of is maybe fleshing out this ridge over here so that, because you actually have the opportunity to you sort of have the opportunity to set up a ramp here. I think maybe you'd need one more tile for both of the different ramps. But you almost have enough room to put a ramp over here. And so I'm wondering if maybe this would make the 2v2 thing a little bit better. Is like, yeah, you have this well, I guess you already have this over here, so maybe it's a faulty idea. But I was thinking maybe fleshing this out a little bit more might be interesting. Maybe making it like this could be an opportunity for you to use that coastal snow instead of it being more of a ridge line. Just for visual variety, it could be a lower platform, a lower bit of unpathable terrain, ice, or you could block it out with ice and then put it in with the coastal snow doodads or coastal snow tiles. Maybe that could be a bit more visual variety and also provide some improvements to well, there's no like tank holes or whatever that you can drop siege tanks over here basically when you do that. So that's an idea. Maybe if you wanted to at that point you could add like a condensed bridge or something across the coastal snow. But that's up to you if you wanted to go around with that. That's like a more... If you do decide to do it just for the sake of having coastal snow in there, that's obviously something that you can do at any point. It's like an end stage polish thing because those tiles are placed manually and not something that you can edit on an isometric level. Probably, yeah, I mean, it just doesn't. I mean, we always are looking for large-scale melee maps, so... In this case, Beothal made another one, and it's smaller than his first 8-player map, but that is probably a good thing because the first 8-player map that he made was so big that we hardly ever saw people. So, another thing I might encourage you to do is be a little bit more astute with how you're handling your resource symmetry in terms of like literally making it so that the resources are all symmetrical. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think there's equal numbers of resources here. But oh, maybe you actually did. Yeah, this one is good. I don't know. Maybe this is only a problem I noticed on your 4-player map, and maybe you don't have that issue here. It looks like you actually corrected that, so disregard that. Good job being more astute on your mineral symmetries, because that was something I noticed. Is that even in the mains, it was kind of difficult to keep track of that stuff. Like, I think one player had minerals that were more distant than the other or something. You could probably use that high mud or grass or something to show town hall placement in a few other areas, like these side bases. Looks like you already used moguls and stuff, so that's fine. Yeah, it looks like only those side bases are the ones that are missing the town hall markers. Though I'm not sure if these grass ones are 100% accurate, per se. Oh, it looks like they are. Nice. That's really good. So yeah, I mean, it does look like a map that we need to test to get more information on. I like the fact that the players have naturals with like an easy-to-defend choke. I might encourage you to try to line this ramp up with this ramp in the middle, or otherwise bring it a little bit more forward so that it's not so close to the boundary of the map. That would mean that you'd probably have to move the gas to a safer location. Well, you wouldn't have to, but you could choose to move the gas to a safer location on the other side, but then that might interfere with the ramp, so I'm not sure. Maybe just move the whole thing over to the right a little bit more or something. But that's like a small change that you could do to the natural over there. Sort of like how these two ramps are almost aligned. It's like if you try to make these a little bit more closer to being aligned, it encourages more forward play, and it also increases the value of this, because this is like a forward choke. That's not. It's actually a pretty wide choke, but it's a forward place that you can put tanks, or, well, really just tanks, I guess. But you can put stuff over here. I would say maybe if you increase the width of this so that it covers more ground and shrinks the chokes a little bit, it increases the value for other races than Terran, so that tanks are not the only thing that you can put over here, but you can also put like basilisks, stuff like that. I guess even dragoons might be more useful if it's extended. But otherwise, yeah, this looks like a fine map. Definitely a map that we should test out. Oh shit. Well, that's unfortunate. I was just saying that you might want to consider lining this ramp up with this ramp over here for the, I guess it would be like the lower bases or whatever. So obviously there's 4 examples of this. But if you put this ramp a little bit more to this alignment, and you move the gas to a safer location after the fact, if that's something you want to do, like off to the left of the town hall placement or something, what you accomplish with that is you increase the value of this this ramp over here. And I was also suggesting to increase the ground that's covered by this ramp, ridge, hill, English, that so that more than just tanks have an impact if they're put up here. Like you could put dragoons or basilisks or something up here for the sake of picking, actually dealing damage to units that are entering. And you also shrink the choke a little bit on both sides. And then I was just saying it was a good map, and I'd like to see it tested. So, cool stuff. Oh, thanks. I don't know why it was filtered by YouTube, but thanks for sending it to me. So yeah, cool stuff. And I was testing the town hall placements of some of these areas. Oh, I did say that you forgot to put the town hall indicator on the left and right bases. And then I was just going to quickly look through the map to make sure that the res areas were assigned correctly. Yeah, I would say like the ideas that I think are worthwhile as a restatement or whatever, a summary, is like trying to increase the value of the ridges in front of the chokes to the middle of the map, because this is going to be an important piece of content, or a piece of the map to balance around, because the northwest, or like top left and bottom left, are going to meet there. Like it's a big entry point into the sphere of influence of each team, right? So, adding more value or consideration to the what would you say? Adding more value or consideration to the contact points between the teams is always something you want to consider. I think you already did consider that stuff, which is why this piece exists at all, so that's good. But making it a little bit more widespread so that it's usable by all races instead of just tanks is something that I would recommend there. And then the overlook, I think, is just one more idea that you can use to add more resources to the map. It doesn't necessarily have to be like that. Of course, just adding the ramps themselves can make this overlook a useful area, and then you could potentially expand out or modify the rest of the area. But the overlook being there as a way to get on top of and elevate your z-axis, elevate your height in the middle of a battle, regardless of the proximity of resources, I think is one way to add value to this area over here. And this is obviously a contact point between bot left and bot right, and then obviously in the symmetrical sense, top left and top right. And then in the middle of the map, it's just like that pathway around the ramps over here. Do you want me to send you the modified version of this map that I added the ramps in, or do you want to just do that yourself? It's not that much work, but I don't know if you've already started working on other stuff. Some of my melee overload. Yeah, for sure. I'd love to pop those open and take a look at them. What do I think about spell AI logic used by default? I think a lot of the times it's sort of based around something that might make sense, but I posted that in Mark Time Strategy. It's sort of based around something that might make sense, but it doesn't really make sense at the end of the day. It's only a lot of the logic was built around the idea that the AI would basically like metagame, like, oh, I'm gonna mind control overlords. I guess because they're transports or something. Stuff like that falls apart because it's inflexible. It's not useful in all cases. Obviously, them casting Psystorm on the ground and stuff is really dumb. Defiler logic is super stupid. Stuff like that. Most of the time, it's kind of the same deal with nukes. Honestly, like nuke casting, a lot of the time they do it in a way that is actually negatively impacting themselves as opposed to being a useful aspect. So yes, AI logic and kiting logic should be more, well, I don't even necessarily think it needs to be human-like per se, but it should be more like what you would expect from an opponent that wants to win, regardless of whether or not they're an AI or a human. They should be trying to win. And the AI doesn't really try to win in the default spellcasting sense, where they, or even like the unit control sense, like when their siege tanks freeze up, which is obviously a bug. The fact that that bug exists illustrates that Blizzard did not want to make an AI that tried to win. And stuff like that that's really dumb. So we should definitely fix the siege tank management and stuff like that where possible. And turreted units in general, owned by the AI, constantly change target instead of remaining focused like normal units would. Although even normal unit focus is really stupid sometimes. Like they'll be shooting a unit that they might almost kill, and then another unit attacks them, so they change focus. It's like the most brain dead thing. It's like finish your first target, dude. You know, if you can, anyway. So for me, it's less of an issue that the AI feels like you're fighting an AI, and more of an issue that the AI feels like you're fighting an opponent that doesn't really want to win, and it's not really using everything at its disposal. And that's something that I definitely want to fix with Hydra, and I feel like I have, broadly speaking, but a lot of the micro movements and stuff make it very obvious that the AI is still very stupid. I'm surprised you had any performance issues related to the VPN, honestly. It seems so lightweight, but I've never tried to uninstall it. I was blessed with the opportunity to not suffer any issues from the VPN's driver so far. So I know Veek is in a game right now, so I will save looking in depth at his map for a little bit later when he's not in the middle of the game. Pull my readme. I guess I should go through and remove the buttons for certain units. Or I guess I can just untick used on the Clarion. I think that will still break, though. I'm pretty sure that will still crash just because... Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's only if it's requested. I did... Oh, yeah, there are requests for Clarions in the Protoss somehow. Aha. It was defense build, looks like. Well, Warp Anchor is the unit that you're trying to build with your bagel asses, yes. Right, Iquare. So the issue is, like, if you have your AI be able to use, like, superhuman micro, obviously that means that they could, in theory, do a lot of shit that would just destroy players. Like, I've been thinking about what Mutalisk micro will look like, and I think for the AI... they shouldn't emulate human play, because emulating human play for that is, for one, the AI would be like really good at, for example, magic boxing, right? Because they could individually order Mutalisks instead of ordering them all at once. So actually, what they should do is they should emulate it insofar as they're ordering the units to move. But they shouldn't do it by selecting an overlord with their Mutalisks, right? That's silly. They should just order all of their Mutalisks individually to move, because an AI can do that, and with almost no delay, because of how AI work. Instead, we should have them probably separate their Mutalisk groups apart, so that they almost like they have two control groups of mutas, but it's not 24 mutas. It's like every 6 or so Mutalisks is its own group, and they would manage it that way. And that way, individual Mutalisk groups don't end up being as deadly when microed. It's a built-in limitation, but it's not going to basically be like a gimped version of what a human does. You know what I mean? Like, there's no reason for them to try to magic box in the way that the human does. They don't have that limitation built into them. Or rather, they can't have that limitation reasonably built into them. It would have to be a gimmick. Whereas in this case, we're just saying... you know, all right, we're going to assign a max of 6 to 7 Mutalisks per group, and we're going to use them to harass. And that's what we're going to do, is we're going to try to move them at once, right? Kiting and attacking back and forth when taking damage is... well, we should have them stack. We should have the magic box, but not actually magic box. The way that you magic box in Brood War is by selecting a slower unit than the Mutalisk and then ordering it. Usually it's an unupgraded Overlord, but obviously that doesn't happen in Hydra, because as soon as you hit Lair, you have the upgrade. So what you should have is them trying to stack Mutalisks, but by issuing units, orders. So maybe they would issue like 2-3 units of the, like, half of their stack to move, and then the other half of their stack to move. So again, that's where we limit the stack to around 6 or 7 units, and we tell them to, you know, stack those up and start patrol microing, basically, like ordering them to attack as soon as the projectile fires their, or with a very minimal delay, they rotate back. If they get irradiated, they try to pull out or something, you know. All right, Veek, are you ready for your map to be kissed? All right. So this is supposed to be a 4v or a 2v2, it looks like. I think the first thing that I'm thinking about here is that you may have overused some of your neutral things. I do kind of like the fact that you have this really, really thin road. But in my mind, if you have this blocked off, why do you need this? For even more delay on it? It feels like there's too much going on in this one area. For one, you have a harassment lead out to a natural, which is a novel idea. But you also have a base up here, and another thing that's blocked up. So you got 2 blocked ramps, and 2 bases in super quick proximity, or super close proximity to one another. I would say that this should probably not be a base, and instead this should be a tight pathway with 1 block off that can be superseded by transports. So you either choose to bypass it through transports or to blow it up. And then that can be like something that you have to watch out for if you're this player's natural. And then you could work in, this, what I guess it would be an island 3rd or an island 4th. You could work that in somewhere else. Now you said something about needing more desiring more action in the middle. Well, if you want that, you should open up the middle, because right now it's really hard to get around, and it almost feels like pathways like these two over here are really thin, and so it's really difficult to get large armies around here. There's no ramps to take advantage of the high ground without transports or air units. If you want to reinforce the main area of the base, say you're under attack by some harassments, good luck fucking pathfinding around all this stuff. So in that sense, I think I would say that it makes the most sense here to modify just where the resources are and the immediate temple areas around the resources. I think these 2 things can stay here. I always like the idea of having a pathway that opens up if you destroy something. So in this case, you've got these temples that don't completely wall the area off, but they allow for players to open up the battlefield. It's just that in order for these to be valuable, I mean, okay, I could go over here, I guess, to attack this base if it was here. Or I could just wrap around and attack over here where they can't build any defenses. Or flank around and send some psychotic side attack over here, which would also gain access to over here. So I'm not seeing the value of doing this. I'm not saying that you should remove it, but you should work on the rest of the map so that there is more value. Perhaps you would have more opportunity to do such a thing if you reshaped the bases over here, these island bases. That might actually assist you in that sense. How I've decided to feature blocks in my melee maps. You mean like the rocks or whatever? Or destructible cocks from Dustin Browder's School of Thought? If you're talking about like destructible things that you can blow up, that's from default like vanilla maps or vanilla ladder maps. Ladder maps use those to pretty significant extents. There's only 8 mineral fields in the mains, so you're really pressured to expand in this as well. Okay, so yeah, I decided that based on knowing that added value from playing and observing melee games back in like 2000, like the early 2010s, 2010. I guess there's only 8 mineral fields in most of these bases, huh? Wow. You might not be able to access this mineral field with... oh, maybe you should be able to. I know one of the gas structures has a wider collision than the others, so depending on your race, you might be fucked out of that one. But I think it's wider to the right or something, so... I think you definitely went a little overboard with the number of destructible pathways, though. This double gas 5-6 mineral field thing, too, is like... It's actually such a low yield base, mineral-wise, in a map that's so low yield for minerals, that it's not even really worth destroying these, I don't think. So I would say, like, the temple makes sense because you don't want to give access to the mains without a lot of effort, but then you have these 2 side entrances directly to the mains, and also this ramp is fucked. No. 8 was the minimum you would want for your map to be viable. But having every base besides double gas bases be 8 is, I don't think I've ever seen that. I mean, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just that it's a low econ map. I mean, there's a lot of expansion, so you sort of are encouraging players to expand more than they would otherwise. But I don't think players would do that because of the increase in surface area of what they have to defend. Instead, I would say, like, you would need to increase the defensibility of bases if you wanted to have them be so low in resources in order to justify them being taken. And you can't really do that right now without addressing a large number of the same issues that I mentioned. I also find it a little perplexing that there's this side entrance, these like little tight entrances over here, or exits over here, on blue and teal, but not on red and purple. I'm not sure why that's the case. Maybe, I guess you wanted it to be distinct on those ends. I suppose that does make it so that if you were to play this map in a 1v1 environment, it would make a bit more sense. Because if you play this map in a 1v1 environment, suddenly you have, like, oh, depending on your start, you might have to worry about different things, basically. So I think that's kind of fine. I don't really have anything against that idea. But I do think that the number of destructible pathways is perplexing. And I mean, I'll talk about unit AI fuck-ups. If you build any production structures in the double gas area, they will never rally correctly. If you build any production structures close to the pathways, they will not rally correctly. I would sooner remove the ramp over here that these crash battle cruisers are covering directly into the main, and I would expand the size of the ramps that lead into the double gas, remove the blockers from there as well, and then the temple is so much more important because it leads into a wider entrance into the bases. And I would also watch out on the repeated tiles too, but I guess that's like a later thing that you can focus on after the fact. So yeah, otherwise, I guess, like, as a recap, I think the issue with the middle is that there's so many tight corridors that it naturally will lead you to want air units or transports, and that means that ground troops are really not going to bother with that because they're just going to get fucked up pathfinding-wise, and if you ever try to build over here and you get fucked up by air units, good luck actually responding unless you yourself have air units. So this will actually be a predominantly air/transport focused map in its current iteration. which isn't a bad thing, but also I think it does crowd out other strategies. And then I would say number of blocked paths might be a little too much. The proximity of the sort of, I guess, like the side bases on the east and west that are closest to the mains should probably be removed. The high ground side bases should probably be moved around somewhere else. You should probably be able to elevate your Z in the middle of the map as well. That's like a common thing, being able to go up or down ramps or whatever. Also remember, the flatter your maps are, the more devalued air units tend to be. Like carriers in TVP will be looking to fight around ridges and stuff. So that's something to remember to balance around. Obviously Guardians or Mutalisks or whatever are kind of in the same ballpark. But in your case, you've got a lot of pathable ridges, which means siege tanks are going to be really, really valuable. And almost forcing air as a response, I think. So yeah, the big things that I would change are opening up the middle of the map and improving how much Z elevation can happen in the middle of the map. I would also say reducing the overall number of blocked paths and then reworking the high ground left and right bases that are closest to the mains. Trying to update those so that they are more dedicated. Like, those areas can be more so used for pathways to a base, as opposed to being both a pathway and a base. It's like you can really cement its utility in that respect. And then maybe you could move the resources that are on there to be like on the low ground and thus more vulnerable in theory. And don't be afraid to play around with more rotational symmetry when it comes to the bases as well. You can make it so that one, like teal and blue, have access to more bases that on their side of the map than red and purple. Like, you can remove one of the ones from red and purple and then just move the one from blue and teal to somewhere else as far as those side high ground bases go. And then that will also naturally encourage players to go to the middle. That's another thing that I guess I didn't comment on, is I think the reason why you're not going to see too much action in the middle is that there's so many resources, so many bases, I should say, because the individual resource counts of each individual base is not great, but there's so many bases on the outskirts of the map, and they're safer to protect, or easier to protect, safer to take, closer generally to the main, and also closer to contact points on the map between the two teams or between the multiple players or whatever, that it makes more sense, I think, to grab that. So, and another thing that you don't necessarily have to worry about, but something else to keep in mind, is that when you have stuff like the bottom and top areas where the double gas is linked between two bases, you are making your map much less flexible for free-for-alls or 1v1s where the positions are right there. So in that sense, it almost like... it's one of those things that can't really be readily dismissed, but it basically pigeonholes your map to working only in one or two game modes, right? Only in 1v1 cross positions or distant positions, or 2v2. You can't really do a free-for-all here because it would be super chaotic. I mean, you could. I'm just saying it wouldn't necessarily blend well, I think. So that's not something that you necessarily have to worry about. Certainly not with this map. This map can be a dedicated 2v2 map or a 1v1 cross-position map. But something that you might want to consider for the future melee maps that you put together would be like, how do I make this work for multiple game modes, if that's a goal that you have for the map. If you have it, like I made Kakadu Port with the idea that you could do 3v3 or 2v2, leaving the third slots on each team open, or 4-player free-for-all, leaving the third slots on each team open for the sake of leaving the double gases as bases to fight over. So that is that. Hopefully that was a helpful analysis. Have I tested Blade Vortex more? Yes. Yesterday, towards the end of the stream, Veek and I played a 3v3 with a computer ally against PCs, against the AI. And Veek did a lot of Legionnaire massing. I did a lot of Cyprian Shaman play. I came to the conclusion that Shamans definitely need a push in a different direction, where the shamans themselves, the healing radius is increased, and the healing rate, or the amount of health each tick, either the tick rate goes up or the amount of health each tick goes up. But definitely the radius needs to be increased, and there probably needs to be some obvious read for like how far away they are, because right now they require so many visual reads that it's unlikely we'll see much understanding or comprehension of the unit. Is that the issue is that they spend their energy so quickly right now. And the fact that they only heal 6 HP per tick as well. Maybe if they heal 10 HP per tick, that can be a nice sweet spot, because you can activate them and then stim. And they'll immediately get healed over. And they'll also immediately get... what's it called? You'll immediately get adrenaline packs if that comes up. But maybe instead of that, we could make it so that multiple shamans healing can stack. I think right now it can't be stacked. Making it so that multiple shaman heals can hit the same unit would also be good. And then we could just maybe lower the energy cost of each tick. I think we should also slightly reduce the movement speed slow of the shaman, because right now it's actually, it gets super slow, and it, with maybe like an, well, I suppose we'll test a few different things here. So we'll say, per tick down, now 5 down from 10. So I think we can test just these two. Oh yeah, and then if we need to increase their movement speed while Administer Midstims is activated, it might be okay. Yeah, so multiple shaman can't heal the same unit right now. So I would like to remove that limitation. So I guess we'll reword it to say multiple shaman. And now I also would like to know shamans. Shamans is the plural of shaman. Epic. How many mineral fields for standard yield? At least 9. I would say start at 9 and then work your way up for some bases. You could do 8 for naturals and 9 for mains, or vice versa if you wanted to, depending on how strong you want one basing to be. But I don't actually know what standard yield is for melee off the top of my head. I just know it's more than 8. Yeah, I'm seeing 9, maybe 10? No, 9. Yeah, I'm seeing 9 in most melee maps. Somebody is knocking on the side of my house. Apparently. Oh yeah, Iquor, you asked me earlier, what do I think of plating to make it so that buildable or unbuildable terrain can become buildable? Well, I think the biggest issue for that is, like, there needs to basically be some way for all races to interact with such a mechanic. Terrans building plating that's destructible is one way to do that. Zerg having creep that somehow gets enhanced or upgraded, like maybe that's an upgrade to the individual colony or something that spreads the creep. That could do that. And then Protoss, I guess, could upgrade their pylons or something.
Unit. Standing by. Direct. Unit. Commander. Direct. Give me something to shoot.
All right, I'm going to take another break for the bathroom. When I return, we'll be modifying escalation time cost for the sake of making these units a bit more accessible. And then we will implement the shaman changes. And I think there was something else that I wanted to do, but I don't remember what it was. Well, I guess I was going to test out the Reaver harassment logic for Protoss AI. So I'll do those 3 things when I return, and then we'll probably work on maybe Terran01 or something. So, BRB. Alright, I'm finally back. I have returned to the promised land of productivity. Alright, so we do apparently have some modified shaman balancing code here. I'm going to go ahead and plug that in now. And yes, I decided against the concepts of escalations. It just doesn't really fit very well. It turns out that whether or not there's a cost associated with it, there's a huge preference for the unit that is not, like the unit that's available by default, like medics, firebats, just because of the added time cost or time gate. The big unfortunate thing is, in order to include the all of the buttons necessary for training the units, we are going to need extended buttons. So that'll probably have to happen after we extend the data arrays. So time will tell how easy that ends up being. But that is something that we're going to be doing next. As far as burrow graphic is concerned, the graphic is part of the unit that burrows. So there is no graphic as far as I know. Yeah, it could work like that, swapping out abilities or whatever. Yeah, you see how like the borrowed sprite or whatever that's in here as like the last frame set and a half or something. We're also going to need GraphQuery support for having the structures like the Starfield and Argosy be able to warp back into Stargates. Because of the fact that if you lose If you lose the cybernetics core, you won't be able to warp to Stargate, even if you should, in theory, be able to. It's not really that big of a deal, I guess, but I think it should be fixed at some point. Excuse me. I will continue to cough forever. Oh, never mind. I have water. I guess I should grab find some more blank lines here we can do. God damn it. All right, well, instead we're going to have to use the default string here, 633. It could be, potentially, but... I DM'd you the reference sheet, Iquir. Oh, let me get the right string for this. Let me make sure, actually, that the... Yeah, okay, so harass ad is not working for script alias. Let me take a look at... Thanks for doing that, iQueer. I appreciate it. Just fixing up some issues. Okay. Should be fixed. Burrow function after burrow calls. Blah, 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 blah. Is the Argosy supposed to require anything? I don't think so. Oh, robotic support there. Welcome back, Babython. How were the games? Did you manage to not run into so many technical difficulties? What the fuck? Well, that doesn't work. You are now Knights of Frauding. All right, so morphing them from Stargate. Okay, so do I really not have a? I do have a forge. What? Oh, it's probably because principality. Looks like iQuare is close to resolving the issue where burrowed basilisks and vorvalings don't show up as what the fuck, dude? Nice animation. They don't show up properly as when they're burrowed, so that'll be good when we get that improved and fixed up later. Yes, infested Protoss. Infested air conditioner, judging by the sounds I'm hearing. Well, we're saying literally every single thing that we do, that we use, it says "Hooray, child labor." So unfortunately, it's not something that we can do much about there. At least as far as I can tell. Yeah, I hadn't considered that. Just don't have enough grass. My ass is grass. It still has the map crap objectives and alliances. This pleases me greatly. So yeah, what should I do until I get the improvements done? I guess what I'll do is I'll make a copy of the current EXE, close this out, and then we'll grab the EXE from the beta commit. Pop this open. So that will be the balance of this. And then in Notepad, so I can close, I already closed paragraph, okay. I can close PyTBL because the buttons are all set. I guess I can snoop around in the GPTB file for the reason why the Protoss building morphs are busted. Forget what the syntax was for that. Maybe I have to have a blank space next one. No. I just need the default gateway unit ID, which is 160. And then I need 167, I think, is the Stargate. robotics facility is 155. So that might be why it wasn't working before. I guess. Well, we can try adding that in to the other EXE. Okay, so now we have that fixed. Right. I mean, the visuals are still really fucked up for some reason, but... And for some reason, morphing the Principality into the Warp Anchor triggers the Zerg build stuff. Let me test I'll test Warp Anchor to, or sorry, Principality to Gateway. Okay. All right, so we've gotten a little bit more stuff done there. So I can close that, and I can grab Building Morph, and I can commit it into GPTP. So this is hyper balance. Commit. And then here we'll say plugins, GPTP, hooks. Push that. Oh no. Psychosis trade. Oh yeah, that is what I was going to do next. Just about to ship another update that will rebalance shamans and escalations. And we're going to commit that. Push. So that's in now. Up next, we will be cleaning up some of the unused buttons for the Clarion and the Warp Relay on the Robotics Facility and Robotics Authority. And then we will also fix up some incorrect tech requirements for the other morphs, Protoss morphs that aren't the Gateway ones, and add some support for converting Gateway morphs into the Gateway again, or into the other morph, and vice versa, like for the Stargate and stuff like that too. Ichor is also working on a bug fix for the Burrow graphic not displaying for Vorvaling and Basilisk. Turns out it was hard code associated with it was hard code associated with some other shit. It was like power-ups, power-up image IDs. Sorry you guys had so many network-related issues with the with that VPN thing. I'm wondering if maybe it's something to do with Folka's connection or something. He seems to be involved anytime there's an issue like that, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I saw that, so I'm not sure what to make of that one. What's up, Ultralisks? I do enjoy that there's like a burgeoning rivalry between the two of you ever since those PvP, like player versus player games on v Protoss 01. Nice to see that. Yeah, it's not very well organized. There is a feature that I have not really messed around with yet for sorting the contents of something as like basically creating a set of brush files. So I might end up doing that. I was gonna make a tile set or a map that would just be acting as like a tile set palette, but I'm not. I don't think that would be very useful. It would be rather unwieldy and clunky, I think. So I would much rather create something more robust that you could just pop out with there's like a brush window, yeah, brush palette, and you'd be able to load everything, and then I can organize stuff as like, here's your whatever it would be like, here's all of your ramps for dirt to high dirt. Here's all of your, whatever the classification would be. I don't know how annoying it'll be to organize everything into that, but, you know. One thing I like about the naming conventions of the asphalt ramps is that I did like lower tile, higher tile as an abbreviation. So dirt, high dirt was DHD. High dirt, higher dirt was HDHHD. But for asphalt, it was AHA. Aha. And then HA, HHA. Haha. So I was laughing at myself through my tile set naming conventions. Talk about psychosis. I forgot we had that clown baby on. That's a good one. We do not. If you have any suggestions for stuff that would be easy enough to assemble, I can do some quick kit bashing maybe, but I don't think there's anything that wouldn't require a large amount of work. Which I don't mind doing, but I don't have the time to right now, I don't think. Oh, okay. That might be easy enough. I do have PSDs for those. Alright, just make sure that we're all on the same height level here. Okay. Not actually sure where those doodads ended up being. You'd think they would be in here, but... Oh. Look at that. So we'll try with... How embarrassing. Maybe it's in here. Yeah, this is what I'm looking for. Well, I'd say the pillar looks proper, that's for sure. And I think even this looks okay. think I'll probably just need to add a little bit of depth to this one. Hooray! iQuare does it again. Actually, I was planning on doing one I think I'll probably do one tomorrow, so pretty soon. If I have time, I might do it today as well. At some point, I'm going to do a podcast with Mesk today. If he's available. He hasn't really gotten back to me yet. When you wrote quality content, I couldn't tell if you were if you were being sarcastic or not, but it seems like you're actually into that stuff, so that's cool. Okay. Problem with doodads that are meant to be more man-made is that you really don't have the luxury of fading stuff in and out. So like in this case, these really should be built right into the temple. It should be possible to see that just looking at them, so... Whereas in this case, I think these would need an entire reskin. The holes would need a reskin if they were going to look proper, so I'm not even going to bother with those. Yeah, I can test it now. 1 sec. All right, see you later, man. Thanks for hanging out and for testing. Oh my god. Oh my god. It works. We can actually borrow those units and see them. How epic. Hey. Right, yeah. Yeah, I could definitely see that being really neat. Right. Yeah, I would love to have more variety there. That's why I don't mind doing a little bit of this right now for the temple doodads in general. It's like, to me, having a bit more of an option to play up on that stuff is important. Right, yeah. We can't rely on only DF, unfortunately. Can't make one man do all the work. There were a few people who said that they were interested, like Harry Sipsion. That guy was had already made some tileset graphics before, so he even had experience with working with a bunch of different RTS games, but specifically Starcraft. So I thought that was going to be like a slam dunk. And obviously, the other guy, Bogdan Shebel, he might still be in the server under like an alt account or something, but I'm not sure. Right. Yeah, I've got tons of ideas, and I'm sure if I had access to somebody who could like bring those ideas to life, we would be looking at some sick ass things, and I'd be able to improve the way that I conceptualize that stuff in the first place as well. Yeah, I guess we'll have to black over that one as well. That also kind of needs a reskin more than anything. But I will... Oops. Start cutting away at the dirt back here. Nice. Just little bits of dirt that I left over when I was doing the first masking. Well, it's not really dirt, I guess. It's like high dirt. Or ruins or whatever, but... I'll be right back real quick. I have returned. Oh, I needed that still open. I'm not sure why I moved those to old when they are current. It's probably me being overzealous when I was recategorizing a bunch of stuff. I should have checked to make sure that they were all the right 2x1 multiple of 2 wide so that they would work properly. I don't think Hassan Screamers will be able to burrow, but I might also add a burrow for Ultralisks, so we'll see. That'll be a really involved animation, though, if I do decide to do that. And I don't think that it's necessary for them to be able to. What's wrong with you? I guess that could be a really cheap way to put, you know, to make the animation happen or whatever. Oh, I would love to put that in Hydra, but I have no idea when we'll have the graphic for it, so... Oh, okay. That is one of my more exciting concepts for a Zerg unit, I think. So crazy. I'm pretty sure the sprite covers this. In fact, there's sprites for all this stuff, so... No, my idea was that... it would be a long worm. And it would be able to tunnel through cliffs. Not for the sake of creating pathways, but it would be able to, like, move through cliffs at a reduced rate. It wouldn't be able to pop up above. Maybe that could be an interesting idea, actually, to be able to surface it. So, like, you push a button and it unburrows from up, like, up above the where it is. But I don't know. I'm not sure. So you'd be able to put on sunken and spore colonies, but you'd also be able to put on small hatcheries. So it wouldn't really be hatcheries, but you'd be able to create some sort of substructure that creates larvae, and then you can hatch them into units. And so the eggs would stay on the... the eggs would stay on the structure as it's moving, or on the worm as it's moving around, but when the units hatch, they immediately would fall off the structure and land on the ground. So they just decollide with the worm and land on the ground, basically. Right. So it would produce larvae slower than a hatchery would. It'd be like a step down, like how a lair is a step up from a hatchery. This would be a step down from a hatchery, but it would be able to obviously produce larvae directly on the front lines in theory. So it's a pretty insane unit. That's for sure. But it should be pretty fun. That's a concept I've had for a long time, actually. I don't remember where I first got the idea from, but I like it. Yeah, weapons platform I still want to include. I also have a tactical platform idea that I haven't written down there, but I guess I'll add it in there in a sec. Let me confirm that this pathfinding would even make sense in game. Or in the editor. Also, sorry about my air conditioner. I'm pretty sure you guys can probably hear it in the background. I can actually turn that down. It's not really that hot. I agree that some way to improve supply would be nice. I think I'll make a different, like a higher tier structure that takes up more spaces and and is more expensive, but provides like 30 supply a pop or something. Oh, you can't hear it. Okay. Epic. Thank you, new microphone, for being epic. So I'm pretty sure it should be listed in here somewhere. Okay, so we do have all these. So I guess then the pathfinding should be more accepting of this stuff. Since we really don't need it. And what was the other one? Python is not very performant. No. What if no? I mean, that would be a psychotic idea. That would definitely be crazy. But I don't think it's the kind of crazy I want. You feel me? It is a good idea for a map crack. It's too bad we don't have the coding power to tackle such an idea. Okay. So here we have 327. All right, hold on. Just copy and paste this. Man, I really wish it was possible to improve PyTile's performance. Well, as soon as we have more progress made on the existing tech tree ideas that I've been wanting to implement, but we just haven't had the time yet, I will be very interested in adding more ideas to it. It's just that the more ideas I have... Well, listen, guys, I have a lot of ideas, okay? I don't know that all of them are good or that they would fit Hydra, but if you guys want even more psychotic stuff... What was it? Control N for nullifying a single tile? Is it an option in here somewhere? But yeah, it's Alt click, okay. Nice. Save that. Oh, interesting. Scrap processors could almost be like supply units in a way. I feel like that might work. Yeah, multiplayer psychotic is awesome. We'll see what happens. Okay, so not sure about the idea about loading units into platform as loading into transport. I'm actually not sure how we want to do it. Honestly, if we can just make it a moving piece of terrain, that's way more natural. And then we can make it so that when the platform lowers, ramps extend up to it or something. Well, that doesn't make Protoss OP. That's just some aspect of them. And hey, pylons have 50 less health and shields now. So. I see you opened this area up a little bit. When you're placing these doodads, something that you might want to do, these jungle tree doodads, you might want to convert them to terrain and then take a 2x1 jungle brush and paint right above them, the tile right above them. This won't affect the visibility of the doodad, but it will give you one more tile that's buildable. So if that's something that you're interested in anyway. I do it everywhere because I like to make it consistent. But I do also know that some people prefer the fact that they make it 2x2. It's just that in some areas I was using 2x1, in some areas I was using 2x2. So in my maps, I just make it consistent. Overall, I like the changes. It feels like maybe the paths. These side paths are a little bit less accessible from the other end, but that's okay. I think it's good that you moved the base to over here, although I still think over here this little Z or S or whatever it is, that might need to be removed or turned into another, like a more straightforward temple platform like this. So that you can add like a ramp or whatever and defend from there and have it be a passageway that actually is elevated, and you don't want to tuck it in and maybe even just align it over here, something like this, where it still allows for a choke over here and over here, but it doesn't completely disallow unit movement. Because the issue here is a space this big is really, really tiny. So I would just seal this off, actually. If you didn't want to do what I was just suggesting and make this whole area a passageway, I would seal it off and put a ramp here. And do the same thing over here. Put a ramp here. And then you can have... I guess this pathway is slightly more forgivable, but it's still pretty tiny. So you'd either seal that off and have another ramp there, or something there. I would work on that a little bit more, just because I look at that and I see so many reasons to avoid going there with ground units, because it's so, like, with a large army of ground units, right? So I don't see an entry point for large armies into the middle of the map besides this area, the two open ruin areas. The trees are even blocking what would be an okay opening. So yeah, I don't know what to make of that, but it's just something else to think about, I suppose. But it's definitely an improvement from the earlier version. They were designed to be used by small harassment squads. Well, the problem is Brood War pathfinding AI does not give a fuck what you designed your pathways to be, and large armies will still try to move there if they're auto-rallied or just right-clicked or whatever. That's more of something that, like, the player can micromanage on their own, though. Like, the responsibility is more with the player in that sense. But I still feel like there's not really a large number of, like, there's maybe 2 pathways that large armies can take, and it's from this point all the way straight down here into this point. And then what do they do? I guess they come up here, and then, like, obviously the XY mirror over here, or X mirror over here. So Like, those are the only two passageways that I see for large armies. Otherwise, you've got to break them up because of the trees, and you break them up because of the temple walls. So, and which I think you were talking about the temple side bases over here. Well, that's another point that this as a passageway would be better for. I mean, it's still not great because even though large armies could come into this passageway, they still have to then split up into small squads in these areas if they want to get anywhere. But at least they could start to start on the path of walking over here, or you could head off a smaller squad with a larger army. Except now there are resources here, so I would maybe like break out this and then move this up there so that it's like a very vulnerable base or something. Like I would actually straight up just like do something like that, where you move this and it's up against maybe this area over here, and then you get rid of that entirely. I guess then it's maybe a little too close, so then you would move the temple area over here or something. So you do this. I would do something like that before to make it so that there's like an area that's difficult to hold but pretty viable. Like if you have control over the middle, this is a lot. The pressure is taken off of this, but otherwise it's dangerous. I don't know, something like that, because right now it doesn't really get built into the. It interferes with unit movement, and it doesn't build into the play of the rest of the map. You might even consider just removing that expansion entirely. There doesn't need to be an equal number of bases for all players, because odds are they're not going to take equal number of expansions anyway, and the game flow is going to be such that it's a constant push and pull. And obviously you have this base that's very clearly like a high yield, winner take all type feast or famine thing. So... yeah, I would also prefer it to be a moving piece of terrain, I clear. And I did not see your animation for the star color ability, no. Should I check it out? I have thought about one-directional ramps. I mean, I still use those myself insofar as, like, I guess you're talking about... if I open up... TL1. You're talking about stuff like this if there was only one ramp, so it's like a higher platform that you can just walk up and take shots from. I don't think I used any in this map, but I have used them before. They're useful. They're like defensive ridges. They were in Balefal's ice map as well. I think blocking the horizontal lines on left and right and then opening more in the middle would be beneficial for the map. What the fuck? Get out of here. I use those all the time, Mike. We're just not in that map. Horizontal lines. How do you mean? Are you talking about like completely sealing off the access way? Like doing something like this? And then... I don't know. I'm not sure exactly what you mean. But I do think reducing the number of pathways in the middle and making it so that there's less number of pathways but more open areas. Like the pathways that are there become more open and more fleshed out would be a net improvement for the middle, yes. Oh, you're talking about like the straight shots for the like this. Oh, you could do that. So what you could do is you could blend all of the high dirt with jungle and then seal it together with either raised jungle or temple or something, or swamp water or something like that. It would take some tile work, but you could definitely do it. And really, I think it's fine to have open battlegrounds. Like, I don't think it's a bad thing that these are viable pathways for large armies. What I was saying is that there doesn't seem like there are enough of those. So I'm not necessarily suggesting you remove them. I also don't really think it's a bad thing to seal it up, though, either. Like, I think you can do both. You can do either or. So one thing I would like to see is this cliff being, like, the cliff in front of the purple and red thirds, I guess they are? Or no, they're the naturals. That cliff being used in a more... like worked into the map in a more interesting manner. So if you did something like you pulled this cliff out a little bit more, I'm not exactly sure how, but you would basically have it overlook a base. And then... So it's sort of an idea of like, there's a ramp to the base over here, right? And then that ramp is not where the temple is. Instead, the temple is like sealing off the access way into where the new base is, or where you move a base or something. Like, you could move the side bases that are all the way down here. You could, in theory, move them over here. And it's just, instead of being on the side of teal, they would be on the side of purple, because the base would be like over here somewhere in the middle. And then you could rework the middle a bit more and move this base over to teal or something. So that could be their third or whatever. So this would be like the red and purple third is where this location would be. And in this case, the temple being destroyed has harassment capability for whoever takes this base. So it's actually a safer base to take from the south if you take this one, or from the north if you take that one. You could do something like that. And then you suddenly have a more interesting dynamic over here with the place the temple is and this ridge in general, this whole cliff. Suddenly there's more of an interesting dynamic going on there. Going to quickly there's a lot that you can do. You can go a lot of different places with the map, which means it's not like it obviously means it's not just something you should necessarily scrap, right? Because there's a bunch of different ways that you can improve upon it. I feel like right now the middle of the map is gunning for smaller scale skirmishes, and it's sidelining larger scale battles too much. That would be my take on it right now. So there's definitely different ways that you can fix that if you want to. If you want to move on to another map as well instead, that's obviously something you can do. So there's plenty of different ways that you can mess around with that. Sure. Yeah, you could even like make a couple of copies of the map in its current state, or just re-download it off of the Discord attachment, and edit it in different ways if you wanted to see what would happen. Yeah, it could be neat. We mostly are using symmetry tools, but I know. So actually, Kian Dark Metzen, he's working on scenario maps where it's like different scenarios are like use map settings. Basically, it's almost like an arcade situation or a custom a cooperative campaign style map or something like that. His first map for that was Dusk Callers. He's working on another one, something about experiments, I think. Breeding Grounds, that's what it's called. And so that map is going to be an 8-player map where there's 1 Terran and 7 Zerg, and it's a free-for-all across all 8 players. Now, he's doing a lot more experimental shit by comparison. If you just wanted to make a couple of melee maps, that would also be fine. And then I'm slowly but surely adding some stuff over here for the different campaign missions. So Gorn is General, and they are 3H Hydra Queen. I'd say 3H Mutiling. So we'll say for Arak it is just 9 pool. I gotta reorganize my multiplayer folder. There's enough melee maps now that I think I should do that. And hey, one thing I will definitely say is the fact that we're like crowdsourcing a lot of the changes for like the tile set. Like people are just saying, "Hey, I need this for my melee map." That's way more motivational for me, for like to actually make those tile set changes and stuff. Whereas obviously, if I don't need them, otherwise I wouldn't make them. But now people are like, "Oh, I would do this, I would do that. Here's a suggestion." So shit like that's always cool, and I'm really glad to see that people are making use of the custom tiles. So just saying. Now, I have noticed that the 8 racks into mech build is kind of dumb. I'm not really sure what the problem is, though. They go for an 8 racks into a couple Marines. They can attack. I'm not sure why they would be so dumb. Now the Bio 8 racks is a different story. Right, yeah. I think that's like one of the really powerful things about communities in general. When you're really a part of a productive community, because you know that when you're going to do some work, not only will you benefit from it, which is usually decent enough motivation to begin with, but somebody else will benefit from it, maybe even more immediately than you will. Like somebody's going to use this tile set change more immediately than I will, because I'm not making a nice map, but this guy is. Stuff like that, or I'm not going to edit any tile sets right now, but somebody else will, so I'll update PyTile. That gives you a lot of like a real good lights a fire under your ass, as they say. It really, I think, does give you a good old kick of motivation. So definitely one of the benefits of having a community that, like, with people who you trust to be productive and care about quality and all that. So, I'm feeling the communal aspect. Oh yeah, I was going to look at this too. This actually did not... Holy shit, it's happening. Veek is transforming. Soon he will be Veek 8. Veek++, dude. Oh wait, it's not new. Oh shit. It looks like my changes did not happen properly. Oh, well actually, it's because I didn't reopen PyAI. No, it's still happening. Fuck. Now, is harass ad part of idle tactics or something? It is. Okay. That's why. Come on. Load, boy. That's pretty funny. Oh, holy shit. I'm gonna have to make some changes to that. We are not allowing small mineral fields anymore. No. Go big or go homo. What? I think I got them all. There's probably a couple in this area. Let's make sure we have the correct assignments here. Of course we do not. Everything else seems good. Let's hope this doesn't undo the stuff I just messed around with. Knowing this game's engine, it will. Yeah. Not sure what I do here then. I think that this is still an interesting thing, so. Okay. Okay. That should be good. I definitely do have something against small boys. What's up, Don? How are you? Okay, that should be good. See what we can do here.
SCV good to go, sir.
Just gonna make sure that things are looking kosher.
Orders received. SCV good to go, sir. Affirmative. Roger that. SCV good to go, sir. I read you.
Another thing you can do with bases and melee maps is you can start them off at relatively small resource counts so that they increase in value as time goes on.
Right away, sir. Orders received.
It's obviously a rather niche thing, but it is something that can be done. Should you
Good to go, sir.
want to do
Orders
it.
received.
So,
SCV good to go, sir. Orders, Captain? I can't build there. SCV good to go, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Roger that.
I guess I'll try out the new shaman changes as well.
Orders, Captain? Reporting for duty. Job finished. Yes, sir.
enough minerals.
Job finished. Yes, sir. Reporting for duty.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
By illegal minerals, you're talking about deliberately fucking the player's AI over? You lunatic?
Additional supply depots required.
Order scout, job finished. I read you.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Checked up and good to go. Job good to go, sir. Orders, Captain? Yes, sir. Orders received. You want a piece of me, boy?
Not enough
Roger
minerals.
that. Affirmative.
Not enough
Well,
minerals.
so far we haven't seen anything truly destructive. Hey, that's my natural, you fuck! Get your own.
SCP good to go, sir.
I don't think reducing the functionality of a base should be part of its
Job finished.
design. But, you know,
Reporting for duty.
I guess I am old-fashioned.
Yes, sir. Did I read you? Affirmative. Roger that. You want a piece of me, boy? Affirmative. Give me something to shoot.
Oh, there was a scuffle over here, looks like. All of this guy's units are down here, I'm pretty sure.
SCP good to go, sir.
Oh, he has like one marine over there. Maybe some stuff in the bunker. Oh, I saw some shit over there.
Yes, sir. Reporting for duty.
Not
Orders
enough
received.
minerals. Not enough minerals.
Affirmative. Job finished.
Not enough minerals.
SCP good to go, sir. Rock and roll.
Oh boy. I'm on the way. Don't die.
Shaman, status, operation. Command,
Add-on
archive.
complete.
Orders, Captain. Did I read you? Orders, Captain.
Direct.
Your forces are under attack.
Order accepted.
Standing by. You want a piece of me,
Additional
boy?
supply depots required.
Orders received.
I'm actually going to wait on that.
Roger that.
Status, operation.
Right away, sir.
Unit item. Direct. Unit.
Job finished.
Boot in progress.
Hey,
Unit waiting. Systems hibernate.
it looks like the entire reason this unit exists is disabled on this map. Oops. How embarrassing. How very embarrassing. God damn it. Well, that's why we test, boys. Okay, so we're looking for... Oh, I can do this. Hell yeah. Okay. I still have to check restoration. Okay, it is. So I think I have to correct another issue, so we'll say... Maybe I actually have a label for... No, I don't. I didn't even know there was a reset all functionality, but that should work out pretty well, actually. Oops. Yeah, that was what I meant to do. I am wondering why, of all fucking places, this guy chooses to take that base. Not 3, not... Oh, I guess 12 is like that because there's structures all over this area. So what I'll do is... I'll actually delete all of the pre-placed shit, just so that it doesn't sabotage the AI's attempts to expand. I'm wondering if maybe Gorn's, Arak's early targeting was disrupted by that too. If he started attacking neutral structures or something so dumb. Okay. I think that was owned by Playwright, but I'm not sure. It was. All right. Oops. Well, I do want to test out the shaman stuff real quick. I should grab stim pack. Oh yeah, much better. That's a pretty good radius too. That might even be too much, but they do move pretty fucking slow when they're in that mode, so I think it should work out fine. Oh yeah, let me hop into text settings, and it should say under Terran. It still says restoration. Why would that be? The fuck? Oh, that's the order name. Instead of it being cast restoration. Let's try it again. Nice. Okay, so that's proper. All right. Well, it does seem like they we improved some AI stuff there. So you toggle it, and while it's toggled on, it will drain energy at a fairly fast rate. It's 5 energy per tick, and each tick is a second, I think. Might be a little bit shorter than a second, but each tick it's healing 6 life for all units in a 4 weapon range radius, which is like the same as an unupgraded Marine. Or unupgraded Hydralisk as well, I think. They're the same ones. Before it was draining 10 energy per tick, which was ridiculous, and also draining, what's it called? It was also a smaller radius. The unit moves slower while this healing effect is on. So meant that if you weren't within that smaller radius, you know, it was unlikely you'd have to like constantly micro units back in. So it should lessen the necessity of a lot of micro to get the unit to do what it needs to do. So. All right. Well, that version is up now. Terran01 can be played. 3v3 against Zerg with Terran. Odds are you will not find much difficulty, but maybe the Zerg will surprise me and be competent. I don't think so, but it's there as an option. Yeah, the Cyprian changes as well, I think, improved the unit's combat role. Instead of it being a frontliner, it's a backliner now. Which is probably what it always should have been. Hell yeah, man. So we managed to do quite a lot in today's, what was it, a 5-hour stream today that we did? Yeah, 5 hours. Nice. So we managed to update the tile set with some new grassy mud tiles, some new temple doodads ported from ruins, according to Veek's suggestion, and some new ice ramps for Balathal's map. Outpost, north-facing outpost ramps. Say that 5 times fast. Managed to update Terran01. Obviously, that's now playable. Managed to update... I think I did some small... Maybe I didn't do any map balancing. I thought maybe I updated Terran02. Oh no, I updated Consecrate to have triggers for UMS games. That's what I did. And obviously we updated the Shaman. We fixed that bug with Orographic not displaying properly. So yeah, we are good to go. So that's quite a bit of stuff that we did. I'm very pleased with how things have gone. I also worked a little bit on Rust off stream. I'll continue to do that to try to improve my understanding of the language. Try another hook after I fix up the existing one. Well, I think I already did all that, but I'll double check it later. So yeah, thanks everybody who played some games today. If you guys play some more, let me know how it goes. I might be around for some more later myself in a couple hours. But either way, I will be back tomorrow for another mod stream. There will be some uploads of content today. If not the podcast, then definitely the another Zerg expansion video, as well as potentially another cast over for the AI stuff, where we talk about the improvements that we've had lately. And yeah, I suppose that's that for now. So tune in next time to see what we work on. Of course, it'll be Hydra, but what in Hydra we work on. I'm just signing off for now, Veek. I was recapping everything that we did today on stream in our 5 hours together. It's definitely some pretty significant updates. I'll still be around. I might be around to play some games in a bit, but I got my eyes on some more changes that I have to do, and I got to do some more Rust exercises to keep my mind fresh got to stay consistent with all that stuff so that I'm constantly reinforcing the lessons I'm learning and all that. So. Bye-bye. See you later. Mwah.